do it live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm in a bit of a schmozzle today. A little bit unorganised. I'm changing things up. I got a new mic. Well, actually, it's Francis's mic. If you're familiar with Francis from our podcast. Hashtag shameless plug. But yeah, upgrading the setup. Sugar Beach, you're too early. No, you're bang on time. All right. So I'll just wait a little bit. I'll let some people sort of filter in, so I'm not kind of repeating myself over and over again, which I will do. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Sugar Beats, can you hear me? Let me know how the audio is in here. Toki, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, please give us a little bit of an indication, because this is a new mic I'm trying to use. We'll be practicing lighting because of you. Also, watching your lives have helped me for when I go live. Fantastic. Awesome. Long arm, thank you. Appreciate you. Posture studies. Yeah, we're going to do some posing studies. We're going to do some all sorts of stuff. Well, not all sorts of stuff, really. I just wanted to have some fun doing some figure stuff, playing around with shapes. Again, this is just a study session. Nothing too serious. Just going to have some fun. All right, so these are some of the ones I was playing around last night, sort of just getting a feel for some of this stuff, and yeah, see what we can come up with. You only hear me in your ears. Well, this is a good sign. Inquisitive, Kia ora, bro. Solid sounds, fantastic, my friend. Welcome. Oh, got the nectar of the gods. And let's wait another minute or so. I'm raring to go though. I can't wait to start playing, start exploring. Now these are just a selection of some of the, oh geez, what have I done? I've messed it all up. Uh-oh, where's Pure Ref gone? Pure Ref, thank you very much. These are just a selection of some of the study or the reference that I'll be using today. Just some rando sort of things. We might hop into Pinterest, grab some other stuff, and yeah, just see if we can start, I don't know, not going one-to-one with the reference. I don't want to go straight up like realism necessarily. I want to basically put it through my lens and synthesize the shapes, and yeah, figure out how to have some fun with this. And I reckon I can't wait any longer. People will come in as they come in, so let's get cracking. I've also started to do a little bit of work on the stream as well, so there's a couple of animation things like for promo stuff. I've got a different break, like a 5-minute break image that's got a bit of promo stuff. Doesn't really matter to you guys. I don't you're not super interested, but from, I don't know, from the behind the scenes sort of stuff, it's interesting to me. So yeah, so let's let's get cracking. The audio is fine, we can hear you well, fantastic. That sketch is good, looks like it could be animated already just like that. Looks like it could be, oh no, that was a double message. Yeah, so this was just, didn't take long at all. And let me just change the scene. All right, so I'll move chat over here, if it'll let me. Sort of scooch you guys up here, scoot that down, and away we go. Josu, Gonzalez, Ben, Argentina or France? What's this? Oh, is this for soccer? Or I'm sorry, I got no idea. I'm not following it whatsoever. I'm not super into sports that much myself, so unfortunately I have no... actually, I know an Argentinian man by the name of Diego, which some of you might know from Instagram, Diego Lucia, I think his last name is. So there we go, Argentina, because I like that man, and that's the only reference I have for it, so that's all right. Okay, enough jibber jabber. Sugar Beats, also, since you're going to be huge on YouTube very soon one day, I hope to go live with you. Look, we'll make it happen. We'll make it happen, Sugar Beats. Eloise, hello, Mr. Ben. Hello, Eloise. How you doing? Welcome. All right, so let's just start from scratch. These were just some scribbles I was doing the other night, just having some fun playing around with figure stuff. Nothing too spectacular. I mean, it's not necessarily all going to be figure. We could do like faces, we can do stuff. Basically, I just want to start playing with some shapes, start having fun playing with shapes and seeing where we can get to. All right, so maybe we just do this this pose quickly. You saw I did a little scribble of one earlier, but let's start from the beginning. All right, so now I've done figure stuff on stream before, but nothing sort of like as loose or study wise. So excuse me, we'll have some fun. And I think because I've been doing stylized stuff for so long, I can't help but stylize some stuff. So just hang out. Hopefully you're doing some drawings of your own. Just go onto Pinterest, honestly. Just Pinterest figure drawings and you'll find some similar references. It's really not that hard. These are all from Pinterest. So I'm just thinking super simply, you know, it's just like real simple shapes. I'm not getting into the details. I'm not zooming in super close. It's not looking fantastic at the moment. I'm not expecting it to be. It's all exploration. These are like really the sketches that no one, if I didn't do streaming or anything, that no one would really see. Now, one thing I do want to work on is actually being more confident with my lines. Right, you notice they're a little bit light at the moment. Nothing wrong with that. But when I come to putting some sort of more sort of finish lines down, or how I've sort of worked out the shapes a little bit more. I want to be able to, I don't know, make it feel a little bit more confident. Even trying to understand a little bit of the anatomy as well. Now I'm not super caught up with like the names of muscles or anything like that either. So my head's kind of tilting down a little bit more. Again, not doing anything super strict to the reference. Just getting a feel for it. It's just warm-ups at the moment. Now I'll be a little rusty with the figure stuff, I think. That's fine. Ahmen Aldoori. How do you work so much? It's amazing, and I love seeing pictures so often. I assume you just really like art. You assume correct. I just really like art. I got no idea how long this stream's going to go for, but it could go for anywhere from a couple of hours to bloody 7 hours. So, and that's all just because I just have fun with it. I love figuring stuff out. Having fun. It's just it's a big puzzle. It's a game. See, it's just a bit of indication at the moment. Nothing super complex. This knee probably has to come out a little bit more. So yeah, I'm just going to do a bunch of these sort of quicker studies to begin with. Then we might do some fun stuff where I'll maybe do it closer to some more realism sort of figures, and then see how I might stylize them. How does your PureRef float over the Photoshop screen? Go to menu, mode, always on top. Zorak, how you doing? Welcome. See, because this is working out as well, I'm not afraid to throw some of these contour lines to understand where the forms are going to be sitting. All right. Not even super concerned with proportions. I'm also just playing with shapes. I'm so glad you went live, because my art flow right now is thumbs up Sparkles Hamster. I hope that's good. I'm assuming that's good. Intentions. Hi. Hello. How did you learn anatomy? YouTube videos or just books? All right, so I think there's kind of a misconception between anatomy, figure drawer, like it kind of all gets lumped into the same thing. Now this is just my opinion, like my thoughts on it. You've got like figure drawing, which is this sort of stuff, right? And there's lots of different sort of variations of figure drawing. You've got like quick sketch, which is like timed figures and that kind of stuff. And then you've got like anatomy, where you take that further and say, for example, understand where the ribs are, right? And then you'd come in and say, okay, here's the serratus that sort of fits in between the ribs, and then you've got the latissimus that comes in behind there, and like that's why, like you've got the pec, it's coming into here, you got the deltoid, so that all that stuff is anatomy. Do I think it's necessary to know all the bones and everything of the body to be able to make great accurate drawings? Fuck no, because I don't know them. I don't know all of them. I mean, yeah, you've got like the quads here, but I don't know what this little muscle is in here. I can see it, I can identify it. Fucked if I don't know what that is. You know, it's not, as long as I can draw it in 3D, right? It's I'm sure someone's going to tell me in chat, but it's like, it's not high up on my priority list. I'll get there eventually, just by what's the thing that where just by learning or just by doing you learn, like not osmosis, I think that's the sun. You know what I'm talking about. Just by understanding these shapes more so, I'll be able to sort of just pick up the names here and there, because you draw them enough, it sort of makes sense to understand them, particularly if I'm going to be communicating them as well. So Mamat, hello, welcome. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube? I'm sure I can. I've never tried. Because there's a pattern to that, isn't there? You can just sort of just do the pattern over and over again, and then it's solved, from what I understand. See, so I've sort of got a 3D figure. Somewhat looks believable in 3D space, right? And once we got these basic shapes, notice how I started pretty much with like 2D, right? It's almost like start with a 2D shape, and then we can begin to understand what's going on inside that. Specifically, particularly because we've got a piece of reference here, right? So I can look in here, I can say, all right, this arm has this kind of shape, right? Or this upper arm. All right, what's going on inside there? Why is this happening? And this is where you use books and tutorials and courses and that kind of thing to sort of bolster your understanding. But at first, let's observe what's there. Then we can say, all right, so we know the sternum's here. That would come up to about here, right? Then we know that the deltoid attaches to the sternum somewhere around here. Again, a lot of this is just guesswork for me. All right, because we can't see it. We can't see everything underneath the skin, but we get indications on the form itself. So we've got the deltoid that's going to be wrapping around here, right? The bicep is going to be connecting underneath the deltoid there, and we can see a peak of a little bit of the tricep underneath there. So that's what I'm thinking about. I might not do every single muscle, because not every person is a like bodybuilder sort of sucked in super vascular sort of person. There's also like fat pads and that's a trap you can kind of, I was actually talking to one of my old teachers from back in the day, Peter Young from CDW here in Adelaide, and he was mentioning that like a lot of like anatomy study is literally looking at all the bodybuilder stuff, like getting all the muscle insertions and that kind of thing, and in reality it's not that. Like you look at this leg, it's pretty soft. There's four, I believe, because it's the quads, right? There's like 4 muscles somewhere in here, around thereabouts, right? But you don't see them because there's fat that's covering that section. So that's something to keep in mind as well, because that's something I used to do. Is like, okay, study the anatomy. All right, draw every single muscle. Great for practice, but just something to keep in mind. All right, let's move on. Let's not get stuck on this one. This was fun. On to the next. Are the eyeballs one eyeball apart? I don't know. Maybe. Are you saying in general, or are these? Well, it's in perspective, right? So, and this is where you can create character. You can have the eyeballs super close together, right? It looks kind of silly. Or you can have them further apart. Right, with the stylized stuff, it's completely up to you. But the general rule is, I guess, like one eye apart. But again, that's a generality. That's going to be different for every person. And where do you measure that? Like, is it from the corner of the middle, like the outside corner of the eye to the inside corner? Because that kind of all goes out the window as soon as you tilt the head that way. Then not an eye apart in perspective. So then you've got to start understanding sort of stuff in perspective as well. So those kinds of rules, it's like, yeah, it's cool to know just to like double check your work, but really this is where the forms and understanding how everything like interlocks, like I'm doing here. Like all these forms sort of interlock with one another. And there's what they call like rhythms, I think, which was hard to understand for me for the longest time, but it's like, we're not doing face studies. You get me going on face studies. Maybe we'll do those, have some fun with those later on. But anyway, moving on. Don't want to. I mean, that looks pretty masculine. I'm just gonna throw in indications of eyes, nose, and a mouth. There we go. All right, moving on. Hedgehog. So interesting how much you know. I don't, like, comparatively, I don't know that much. Like the people that I look up to, I know fuck all. Muscle memory, yep. Why don't you serve the music in Discord so that we can share? Because it's not on Spotify. That's the issue. It's actually Epidemic Sound, so I'm paying for this music. Yeah, that's why. What do I want to work on next? Let's do this lady. All right, so this has got good opportunities to show like rhythm in the pose, right? Now there's a lot of people, like I'm sure a lot of you have heard something called the line of action. Personally, that confused the living shit out of me, because I'm like, what is that? Is that the center line? And then you see some people going like, oh, there's a couple of lines of action. Like if you go here and then there's a hand out here and then a head sort of tilting back this way, right? And then the arms coming out this way, and then you got all this sort of shit, right? And it just confused the living daylights out of me. Still don't fully understand it. But what I'm trying to get at with these studies is a rhythm in a way where it balances out, right? Because we're humans. So she's putting all her weight, right, on this. Oh, you can't really see the bottom part. So she's putting all her weight on this foot. So then the hips are going to be sort of up a little bit. And if the hips are up, to balance herself out, her sternum's going to be down, right? So there's a real balancing act. And thinking of it that way helped me a lot more, and trying to think about the pose itself and what the person's trying to achieve or do, right? I mean, she's not trying to do anything right now. She's just like typical kind of model pose. But I might just start off with, and you'll notice I'll start, because this is study, I'm experimenting. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's not the way to do it. There is no one way to do it. Some people just paint this, right? And I could try that today. I just try and just sort of paint shapes in. Right? But what a big thing I'm thinking of is the like where's the horizon line? That's something to take into account. So I imagine the horizon line's kind of somewhere around here, I guess, because you can see the top of the foot. So we can imagine if she's in a cylinder, that maybe the horizon line might be at her waist, kind of. So like the horizon line's here. So the foot's going to be somewhere about there. Right. And we can just start playing, putting in these simple shapes. Right. See, this one's more curvy, right? This one was very much structural, like very like almost blocky. This one I'm just starting off with more curvy kind of shapes. Thinking about this leg in 3D, right? It's a cylinder. It comes to a point that's actually higher than this other knee. Right. And the foot comes down at that kind of angle. Now I might push this stylized, I might not. We can throw in a center line here so we try and understand what's going on. And because this is kind of my study time, I might actually sort of think about the bones. Where are the bones sitting? So we got like the kneecaps here. Right, where would the hips be? Right, they're at that angle, okay? So you've got the greater trochanter, I believe, is here. Right, and that's going to come in. So I'm trying to think about this stuff as well. And this is fun, like you don't need to do this. Like it's really good practice, but again, study is different for everyone. Depends what you're trying to focus on. I'm going for understanding. Right, I want to understand exactly not exactly, but enough for me to change stuff at will and have it still feel right. All right, even little things like this, like her head's tilted up slightly, so the ears are going to be down a little bit further. Clarence, welcome, my friend. Welcome back. You're drawing along with me? Fantastic. Awesome. Hello, it's my first time in your live. I really love your style. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jilly, how important is understanding perspective? Exceptionally important, but not in the sense of like gritting all this out and doing it. Like this is important to kind of get a grasp of, but more like intuitive understanding of perspective. I think that's more important. Like understanding these, just being able to throw down a cylinder, right? Here. Being able to understand that this arm is sort of, this elbow is coming towards us. It's closer to us than the sort of armpit. I think that's very important for this sort of stuff. Right, and then we can sort of access a bit of our anatomy knowledge to say, okay, we can see the deltoid here, which is just the shoulder muscle. Also, I'm missing my little guy here. So he does something every couple of minutes in the bottom right hand corner. Just playing around with animations. Alright, so once we start to get some structural feelings going on, things are kind of starting to have some sort of structure to them. Then I might just knock this back. And I'm gonna avoid sort of using the liquefy or anything like that, because I'm not going for any finished pieces. I seldom use the liquefy tool as well. Oh frick, we're up to 57 concurrents. Are we going to break our record of 63 today? Who knows? Maybe we will. Alright, so here I might take my time. Alright, take a little bit of my time and say, okay, where's the head angle? Let's slow down. Think about sort of where this head's going to be. Angle of the neck. Alright, let's find the sternum. So yeah, the pit of the neck. Let's find that. So that's around here. Right. So the ribs would be pushing out. So you can see the outside of the ribs here, so that's pushing outwards. Right, I might even just like pause and think, because there's a tendency just to go like, okay, keep going, keep following the form, keep following the form. Yeah, that's cool, like if you want to do that, but for me sometimes it's better to actually just take a breath. Think about what the next stroke that I'm going to put down. Right, because sometimes you can start going backwards if you start putting too many just like rando strokes down just willy-nilly. Alright. So I'm trying to think how the chest would wrap around in 3 dimensions. Now you notice this is very different from like my style or my general like stylized style, because this is kind of the foundation of it all. It's a lot of it's based in realism. So I got the ribs here. Ugh. And there are the dogs. Alright, so there's like a pinch here that I'm gonna like accentuate because she's kind of, apologies for the dogs. I don't know if they're showing up too much on this mic, but I can hear them. Alright, so there's like a pinch here, right? Perspective is very important. It's like the ABC for drawing. Yeah, once I started to understand perspective, it unlocked everything. It's like I saw the Matrix. I was like, holy fucking shit. I can draw anything I want. How's about that? Ben, do you enjoy watching Formula One? I don't. Really. Sorry. My apologies. Because I'm spending too much time doing this stuff. It's special Australian music, certainly is. Good evening, Pillows. Great to have you back. And wow, I love the reference. What app are you using? I need to practice more references. I'm slacking. So this is Pure Ref here. Alright, so I'm trying to think about this all, even the arms, right? I mean, these bangles are helping me because it gives a clear look at, okay, where's the perspective, right? Can even simplify this side of her. Now I've got to catch myself if I start to get too hung up in the details, right? Because it's very easy to. I need your help. Hiya Ben, Penthusiast, welcome back my friend. Nice to see you stream again. Watching this in the background while I'm working, feel like you are one of my colleagues. Fantastic, awesome. Kind of are, right? I mean, it's the same thing. I'm just sort of, if you can hear me, what's the difference? So glad to be in the background. How often do you draw from memory? Most times I draw, but it's like a mix, right? It's a mix between them. Because if you get like kind of, I don't know, picky about it, I'm kind of drawing from memory in a way when I'm looking at this and then I'm looking at my drawing and then I'm looking at this and then I'm really like using my understanding of form, which is why if you're going for like a likeness or trying to get spot on with the reference, that making sure you're actually looking at the reference a lot and not just going yeah okay can really help out. And again, just sort of not be too concerned with trying to go fast or even get it looking perfect. Because in this case, as I said before, it's a study. Now this leg kind of crosses over and comes forward. Right, and I can even simplify, like what I'm doing here. The light's helping us out a lot here. This leg is wrapping around like that, it's coming forward. All right, then you got the knee. And then if we were wrapping lines down the leg, that's sort of how we can get the illusion of things coming in front and behind. Alright, let's look at it as a whole. It's getting there. I like it to feel more stable on the floor, so let's do that. Now I want to think, all right, what's going to be creasing here? What's in front? What's behind? What breaks the illusion of 3D? So you've got the obliques that are here. It's pretty rough, pretty sketchy. And then we can always come back and come back over the top and clean it up. And there will be mistakes made, as always. Thumb a little bit there. And there's bad habits I get into as well. I'll oftentimes do the belly button too low, or so I just got to be cognizant of that. And here comes the dogs. My apologies, everyone. Do you ever struggle with side profiles? Yeah, I do. I mean, I think I've got a couple of side profiles in here we can try and tackle today. All right, so here we've got our initial sort of block in, then we can build on top. So it's all sort of building. I don't have this in mind necessarily to begin with. I don't have this exact like this in my head straight away. I'm almost finding it. It's like play. We're just trying to discover and find the shapes as we go. Alright, so I might go one more pass at this. Knock this back and see if I can actually get this. I feel there's something here with the hips that isn't sitting right with me. That's all right. And this is where I would oftentimes even just have an anatomy book out. Like, all right, why or where could I use that anatomy knowledge to then push these forms even more. Right, so here I've got these landmarks that I'm looking for. I've got this deltoid coming into the pec. Got the center line. Just got a very square jaw, so sort of keep that the same or similar. Again, this isn't trying to be one-to-one. See these ears? I just like doing these kinds of ears. What are you going to do? Don't have to play it. Alright, so a very stylized face, nothing super crazy. And this is not a face study, so we will move on. Alright, so we got the deltoid. Moving back here. Alright, we got this arm, so we got the bicep. We've got this bony landmark here, the elbow, right? We can choose where and when we want to do the curves as well. I'm seeing a nice rhythm, so there's a sort of kick out here and then a kick out down here. They're not equal, right? Alright, so here's another bony landmark we can sort of place here. And this is kind of side onto us. So see, I will just stop sometimes. Like even mid-stroke, I'll just be like, let's continue here. Stop. All right, maybe we stop there. And these creases here can really give us indications and allow us an opportunity to show the indication of form and that kind of stuff as well. I'm looking for opportunities. feeling a little flat here. And here I can even see like a box happening, like a box of the forearm, box of the wrist there. Now this arm's way too big. Alright, don't want to be stuck on this one for too long because I'm going for volume today. I want to do a bunch of stuff. Alright, and chat, I'll be with you shortly. I'm kind of somewhat in the zone, but I will be there shortly. Alright, now let's tackle these legs. And here, there's a bony mass there that comes down into the lower leg. So again, this is very, very different from my normal stuff, but I use this understanding to then hopefully be able to stylize and do whatever I want. It just helps out a ton. Alright. How are we looking with this? Here we all flip. Cha-cha-cha. Cha-cha-cha. This is a little bit wibbly wobbly. It's not sort of feeling as solid as I would like it to. And this is where I could, like, maybe if I wasn't on stream, I would sort of go further and so you notice this takes a little bit of like mental energy. Yeah, so I might even go through and figure out for myself. Like, I'm a nerd with this stuff. I just like doing this kind of thing. But if I just duplicate that one, come here, bada bing, bada boom, and then we go, all right, how would the actual knees sit? So we've got our greater trochanter here, come into the pelvis, right? So if the pelvis is going to be, even off the top of my head, I can't even think about the exact proportions of the pelvis, but something like this, right? The knee's going to come in here. You're going to have the top of the knee. You have the kneecap. It's going to be all in perspective, right? So it's going to be more along these sort of lines. And that's going to come down. Right, then I'll go through and do that kind of thing and be like, all right, well, if this is the case, then this knee's coming towards us, so this kneecap would be somewhere around here. And this is a mind bend, right? Half the time I'm like, what? Trying to figure stuff out. Like, why would it be like that? But this is very rough, but just to give you an idea of maybe this would be more facing this way. Probably a bit smaller, but whatever. This is just a quick idea. Right, and then just trying to feel out why certain things are happening. So this, right, not perfect, but just as a basic idea. Then I'd be like, all right, well, this is, the ribs don't really bend. Right, so if I wanted to simplify that, how would I simplify that? Right, I'd kind of do it as this, maybe this sort of shape. Right, and then the neck sort of sits here, then the sternum kind of sits like that. And that's why we can have this kind of cushion here, because it's sort of pinching like that. And then I'll just go deep into this, and then I'll be like, all right, so how would the pec muscles, so we've got we found the this thing, clavicle, that's the one. See, it doesn't matter. I know what it is, or what it's meant to do. And then we say, okay, well then that would come, or it would kind of like wing out. So that now I'm thinking about the shoulder blades at the back, and then how they sort of connect together. So this is how I'll just go deep, and this is a mind bend, and it's frustrating sometimes, but it's super worth it. Just to sort of get yourself out of your comfort zone, and sometimes it's going to not look right, but then that's the fun of it. Then you've got to try and figure out, okay, how do I figure this out? And then you just go hunting for knowledge. Right, so then we got the rib cage. Probably stops around there, to be honest, and then females come in, I think. Right, and then you got the pec, so the pec comes, would be more like that, and then the deltoid would come somewhere around here, and then yeah. So without going too far into it, you can start doing reverse engineering this sort of what workspace, the workflow, if that makes sense. Sorry to get all technical on you. Whoa, I'm back. I'm backed up on chat. Ollie and Nameless Dog. So it's Ollie and Winnie. Tips on drawing arm muscles. Yeah, maybe we'll get to that, where we'll do it in context, which will hopefully be helpful. Hi Ben, can you explain the female pelvic structure and how the gluteus medius, TFL, and GL maximus originates? Whew, that's a whole anatomy lesson, and I would have to get reference for that because I don't know it off the top of my head. So probably not specifically that, but if it comes up, we can. So I know what the tensor fascia latae or something. I can't even think what that is. Is that the side, the one on the side here? I think that might be it. Or is that the IT band? I don't know. Hi, nice to see you in morning before study in college. Fantastic. No, great to have you. Your pencil settings look so nice. Any tips? Well, I'm just using Ahmen Aldoori's round elliptical. Round elliptical, that's an oxymoron. Just elliptical. I think is it called round elliptical? Hard elliptical. Just with ever so slight bit of smoothing on. And that's it. Nothing special there. Sketching and exploration is so fun. I forgot how to paint and render. Yeah, it's funny. It's sort of gone back and forth between them. Sort of rendering. So this is what I would do. I'd do a bunch of rendering stuff, and then I'd come back and say, okay, how do I get better at the figure? And then I say, okay, cool. Then I might use that. So maybe at the end of this, I might render up a figure, or just throw some form or paint on a figure, and we'll stylize them or something. So we'll have some fun. Dazzling, hello, welcome. Is he sketching with a mouse? No, I'm sketching with a pen tablet and a pen. Do you usually prefer to draw men or women? I don't care either way. I'm easy either way to draw. Penthusiast, thank you, Penthusiast. Fantastic, appreciate you. When I start to warm up, I try once or twice and end up with the day trying to find the right brush. Do you have a solution? Well, I've got all my brushes, what I'm using, in the description, so that might help. Abhishek, this looks damn cool. You just made a boring reference so interesting in your style. Figure drawings are always fun making. Yeah, Abhishek, welcome. I love them. They're good fun. I'm the same way with Knuckles. I think this is you guys talking to each other. So I like how you talk your process while drawing. Thank you. I'm glad, because I don't know if I'm just rambling and it's not making any sense, or if it's like, shut up Ben and just draw. Yeah, so I love feedback, and let me know if this is useful, because look, full transparency, I'm trying to grow on here, right? So I want to be as useful as possible and have fun while doing it. So and I love talking about this stuff, so it's like a win-win-win. All right, so let's move on to another piece of reference. Enough chit chat, see, so we can. So I kind of started with the quick sketch, getting the simple forms down, then cleaned up the line work a little bit, then cleaned it up a little bit more, then, excuse me, oh, this coffee's giving me indigestion. Then we get to reverse engineer stuff. All right, so then even the skeleton kind of looks in perspective. So that's what I like to do. So let's move on to the next piece of reference. Let's do, here, we'll just do a face. Swap it up, change it up. We're kind of in still in warm-up mode, I guess. There are no rules here, except for being respectful to one another. That's it. Alright. So let's just... yeah, I can't remember who was talking about like profile views, but here we go. Profile views. Be like a stylized. So then I might just do real simple ones like this, like change it up, keep it interesting, see where I can play with shapes. I'll change the pen pressure. Yeah, where are we at? Pen pressure, there we go. Pen settings, just change the hardness up just a little bit, just so I can do some of these lighter lines. Just have some fun with it. Gives me just a little bit more dynamics. So this is very angular, very shape heavy, not going for likeness, not, but it kind of ends up a little bit of likeness, or capturing a little bit of likeness, sorry. Room to breathe. There we go. So then we can do quicker stuff like that just for study time. Again, this is just study time. This is just nothing, not trying to think too hard about it. Just get some shapes going. All right, so that's another one we can try. Let's try this twisting one. So let's come here. go bada bing, bada boom. Alright. I might try and just capture the whole like idea of it first. So I can just get it to the ground so I know where my stopping points are. So here I'm trying to get a feel for the perspective, right? Notice how I'm doing these kind of lines. I'm looking at the calf and sort of going, okay, what direction is that actually in space? In 3D space, I'm not talking about outer space. It could be outer space, doesn't really matter. So it looks kind of like a whole bunch of nothing at the moment. I like to throw in an ear, even if you're not, even if I'm not seeing it, because it can really indicate the head direction. Right, so I'll just indicate, really simply indicate the arm, or sort of the elbow. I'll do a little bit bigger hands because I like stylization. Here, removing this. Alright, so again, thinking about the perspective, so this is a pretty far away shot, so there's not going to be too much like extreme perspective here. So this is a little bit of anatomy knowledge here. So I believe that's the sacrum, I think that's the sacrum. It's a little triangle thing that then helps me find the glute. Alright, then you just bam, bam. And maybe a little bit longer legs. Alright, now we can knock that back. Let's come here. Let's just do it all on the one layer, because we're bloody crazy like that. Don't even worry about it. Alright, now we think a little bit more structural potentially. Alright, so let's think about the head position. thinking about, okay, so the sternum's, the pit of the neck, so basically where the clavicle connects, I'm thinking about, okay, that's like really, really foreshortened. So, meaning you can't really see it. We've got where the sort of front corner of the shoulder is here. All right, and we can sort of track that back. All right, and there's a twist here, so you'll notice. So this is what I'm trying to think of. You see that we've got the sort of, we can see the outside of the shoulder blade here, and then we can see that center line of the back ever so slightly. All right, so that's going to give us that indication of the sort of turning away, right? So we're going to make sure we have that in some way. Thank you, Ellie. Just saw that. Jay, welcome, my friend. Hey, bro, don't have much time to watch today, but I just want to pop in and say, hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good, my man. Should catch the end of this live. If not, I'll see you in the next one for sure. Sounds great, man. Is this your first YouTube video? I remember seeing your art on Instagram. No, it's not my first, but I've only just started to start streaming. I've just started streaming maybe like a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, Jose. I don't understand, but I think you say hello from Colombia in your second message. But my apologies. I don't know if it's my lucky day or you're on fire today, or maybe it's my TV. Seriously, your approach is totally different. Awesome. Thank you. It's not super different. It's just maybe I haven't talked about much because I don't know. For me, there's no one particular like the way. As I mentioned earlier, there's no one way of doing anything. It's all up for experimentation in my books. So that's why I like sharing my findings, and you'll never find me saying this is the way to do something or this is the best way to do X, Y, Z. It all just come from my experience. Now, I wonder if I can demonstrate this. So what I'm trying to, I'm gonna do this a little bit more extreme, but let's say we've got a box here, right? The side of a box. But then this is going to be like the pelvis, right? This is kind of what I'm trying to indicate. Say these center lines line up as well, right? You're not going to see the center line all the way there, but this is how you can sort of think about the twisting. See how that, and then the center line sort of creeps in behind. I hope that, does that, I don't know. It looks right-ish, but this is where you can get that twisting form. That center line really helps. So this center line here is the same as that. So it's kind of following, even if I do it like more intense, let's say. So we come here, right, and then we have this going. See, it's tricky for me to wrap my head around. So okay, so say if we see the front of this one, but then we also have the back of, say, the pelvis. Right, so this is... it's going to confuse the shit out of me. Doing the extreme... See, it's hard. It's tricky for me. But this is kind of what I'm getting at, because this is closer to the reference here. Is trying to indicate that center line that just starts peeking through when it logically makes sense based on the perspective of her, right, and the angle that she's at. Hope that makes sense. Third, hey, big fan. Appreciate you, Third. Thanks for popping by the first time. Welcome. Bishnu, hello, Ben. Welcome back, Bishnu. I think, yeah, of course, you've been here before, I believe. This helps so much. Oh my God, I'll definitely try the box technique. Awesome. Another thing you can actually do is, without getting too off topic, you can even get like a piece of material, right? Piece of material. Let's see if we can do this on the fly. Right, so I've got like AirPods and this isn't connected, is it? No, like a hard drive, right? What you can do, you can throw, so I'm looking for boxy items. You can have like 2 decks of cards or something. You're looking for like one boxy item, right? And then another boxy item. And this is going to be very hard to see on stream because it's black material, so that's not going to help. But basically, you can start to just do little experiments like this yourself, right? You see, even the folds are going to indicate where the twist is going to happen, right? So this is just my AirPods and a hard drive. It could be 2 decks of cards. You can even do like 2 decks of cards with a rubber band around both of them. You can do like a sock with 2 baseballs or tennis balls and then draw a line around them. Like I might do that in another stream. This is just off the top of me head. But yeah, this is good fun trying to figure this stuff out. It shouldn't be like, oh, I've got to get to a point where I understand this stuff. It should be like, oh, this is fun to try and figure this stuff out, because it's in here somewhere. It's in like the correct answer is in here somewhere, or the correct answer for what you're looking to achieve is in here somewhere, right? Even here we can see, let's see if I zoom in. All right, so you can see there's an overlap here. All right, so you've got an abdomen and there's an overlap of the leg. So actually showing that is going to help bring this into 3 dimensions as well. Right, instead of just doing that, we could do more of this kind of thing, which then shows the overlaps are a big thing as well. Overlaps are good fun. Third, what do you think the most important fundamental to learn when starting? Is it the proportion, perspective? It really depends on what you're looking to achieve, right? What sort of stuff are you looking to achieve? With this kind of stuff, for me, the most important fundamentals is being able to draw these shapes in perspective, right? If you can throw down a cube like this, I mean, I'm not perfect with it either. I'm not professing to be the bee's knees, the cat's pajamas, the fucking whatever. But if you can throw this stuff down in perspective, then this stuff can become whatever you want it to be, right? These are 2 boxes, but now this is hey, I did it. Fuck yeah. This is a sort of rib cage, right? Or just like a simplified rib cage in a pelvis. that's twisting. Maybe I did it. Doesn't look quite right, but you get the idea. Right, and then you can start manipulating these 3D shapes. If you say, all right, I want this to feel more like a pelvis, then you can be like, all right, well, I know how to manipulate these shapes, or make it look like more like a rib cage. Sorry, I know how to manipulate these shapes in any which way I please. All right, so now I can manipulate this into more of like a rib cage, and this now into more of a pelvis at will. Right. So it's all this sort of stuff. Again, this isn't perfect. I'm not saying this is perfect. I'm not really thinking about it super hard, but it's like this kind of stuff is super valuable. Then you can throw the cylinder of the legs down. Throw the cylinder of the leg out in front. And these are all just real simple shapes, right? So that, for me, was like a huge eye-opener. Just being like, wow, this can all be broken down into like really, really simple shapes. Alright. Now we've got like a cheerleader. Right. Then we have another box here. I'm not all for necessarily boxing things out though. This is just more of an explanation of why this is important. Like, I wouldn't always do this. But you can start to then go, okay, now we've got like a head on top of all this structure that we've done. So anyway, as you can tell, I like doing this sort of stuff, and this is just fun for me, like just experimenting, exploring, and this is what I'm trying to do here. Using the reference, but maybe not drawing every single like three-dimensional form. But if I get stuck, I'll definitely utilize that skill. Alright, so let's zoom out just a tad. Hope that answers the question. And that was just my opinion as well. Other people might say other things, but I think for me at least, that was super, super helpful. Mark the Shark. This kind of looks like the battle pass. What looks like the battle pass? The battle pass of what? I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, Mark, but that's okay. Finished JoJo Part 6 today. Now to enjoy Ben's poses. Awesome. Great to have you, Thumb Guns. Alright, so even here, even with the hands, right? I'm going to exaggerate these hands a little bit. They're a little bit larger in my character here than they are here. It's a 3D form. Right? Almost think about them like here's the plane of the palm to help me. So this is almost like if you're at school and you're like, show you're working out. It was a pain in the ass in school because usually you just get to the answer just doing it, but here this helps me out. So now I can say, okay, now the fingers are going to originate from this kind of 3D block or 3D shape, right? This is why I preach this stuff so much. Not preach it, but like, see, now I can just do this, and it looks like a thumb, right? Why? In isolation, it's an M. It's just nothing. But in context, right, with all this understanding of the form, the 3D shapes, and everything, in context, we can then throw out these fingers in a way that makes believable sense, right? I won't hit it every time either, like perfect first go. And I'm not too concerned with that. This isn't a competition. Right. So because we've got understanding here, I'm not too concerned with exactly the right angles or the right sort of measurements on the reference either, which is freedom, which is what I love. All right, so it's kind of looked a little bit janky at the moment, but we can always come back to our foundation of like, all right, what's not looking right? Well, maybe it's this, the curve of the hand. Maybe it's got to be more like that. Okay, that's cool. And we can come here and all right. Let's think about this going back in space here. Let's think about this finger coming towards us. Right, maybe we've got to do a little bit of flip. Flip it around. Alright, so we can start to sort of troubleshoot our own drawing. Like we make, I find this akin to like building our own puzzle. And sort of making our own pieces as we go. Alright, so I'll just leave it at that. It's not perfect, but you sort of, you can almost see where this is like a cylinder. The two cylinders that connect here. We can have this where the thumb sort of tucks underneath, and then we can see a little bit of that nail maybe to give it some direction. Right. So even just that little thing on the nail, it gives it direction. And why? Because it's something that helps show the viewer, you and me, what direction it's going, giving it some clarity. Right. Probably spent too long on that hand, and it looks a little bit too dainty and delicate, but we will continue. We will continue, that's fine. Alright, so we'll do the old flipperoo. Alright, now we'll think about the connection maybe with the wrist. The wrist can sort of truck out here, this abdomen. Whole hand can just be like nudged back a little bit. Andre, your knowledge of shapes blows my mind. It's just practice, my friend. I'm just drawing a lot of shapes, but I appreciate it. True Art, please support. Please support. I'm not sure what you're asking me to support. Thumb same shape as Homer's hair. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of this rotation. Again, not perfect. But it's study time. No stress, no worries. Let's have a look at this. Again, we can just simplify the hand like that and have the fingers sort of going back in space. My big problem with shapes is to combine it with gesture and structure. Yeah, Andre, I have the same issue, because it's like, when do I start putting structure in, right? I almost I can tend to make the mistake of getting too structural too early. All right, so I want to kind of get the essence of the pose. The essence of the pose sounds like fucking woo-woo, but get the idea of the pose down with like a rough gesture. All right. Now the gesture, it's a tricky one, because it's like, I don't even personally know exactly how to define it, but it's more of like an idea. Let's get this. A bit wonky, that's alright. Now we can do this sort of supplemental shapes. I have an understanding of where the structure is. about the feet as sort of like kind of in a shoe. Hey man, you look a little low today. Is everything alright in life? Or it's the study? Oh, it's the study. I have resting bitch face when I'm when I'm studying. I'm fine, man. I appreciate your concern though. I'm feeling bloody fantastic. That's a lot of essences, black jam. Yeah, it is quite a lot of essences, and oftentimes it can take a while to get the essences feeling right. Yeah, so then I'd probably take this in and go again if I was going to clean this up. Right, I'd come in. And sort of get like clean up all the line work and get everything going, but it's a study time, so let's move on. I feel myself getting stuck in that one. Okay, let's go. Let's do maybe another side profile. Let's have some fun here. Alright, so just start. Again, not going for likeness, just sort of playing with shapes. Give myself permission to explore. Mr. Sean, I need to wake up and study as well. Yeah, man, gotta keep that study up. Inquisitive, is it right to assume you're an animator? I'm not. I'm not. That's something that I would love to, that I'm planning on sort of studying a little bit more. But no, I'm not. I'm hoping all the sort of structure stuff would help me though. Some like Zelda vibes. All right, there's a quick little shape study. Likeness takes ages, so definitely wasn't going for likeness, but getting something that resembles a face and is stylized. Nice little trick I like to use as well is just that lower eyelid can really sell just a little bit more than just like dead eye. Just having that little bit of something. And even that, you can see it on here, on the reference, just that tiny bit of the eyelash showing on the other side. This is having some good fun here. I've got to work on my my working face. I'm gonna be like, instead of just like what I'm usually usually looking like. I think that would be actually pretty creepy if I was just like the whole time. But anyway, I think I've inadvertently drawn a lowish. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? It's like lowish by mistake. So I'm waiting on getting an iPad to officially start drawing again, since I feel like on paper I'm not growing much. Should I still wait, or should I still try to learn more on paper? Still try to learn more on paper, definitely. Definitely. Keep drawing on paper. Keep drawing on that paper. All right, next one. All right, let's do this one. Oh no, I've already done that one. What do I reckon? Maybe we try this one. Black jam, duct tape. Strong stuff. Slick Talk Productions. Any suggestions on 3/4 view? Take your time and think in. Try and think in more of a what's happening on one side is going to happen on the other, right? So if you're going to do 3/4 view, let's just do a quick. I feel like I'm the substitute teacher that, I don't know if you guys have had this. They're like a substitute or just like a teacher that you can just ask a question and then you just get them completely off topic, and before they know it, the lesson's over. And you're like, hell yeah, didn't have to do any work. Nice. That's what I feel like right now, because I love going off in tangents. So anyway, 3/4 view. Let's see. So what I'm thinking about in 3/4 view, there's structure behind everything, right? And there's a reason why stuff's kind of sitting where it's sitting. So I'm just making this up. Alright, so the eyes are sitting in sockets, but there's a reason why, depending on how far the 3/4 view is, it is like how, like you'll notice here on my, let's change view to show it a little bit clearer, but half. So you see here with, let's bring this like over here. So my face in 3/4 view, there's a reason why there's like a divot in here, right? There's a reason, because this is like it's an eye socket, right? It's not just like throwing it in there just because. So you can kind of track it back to the middle, from the middle of the nose all the way out, right, and coming back in and around. So then that line's still going to be in perspective. So basically thinking about that all the time, right? At this particular angle, it's not going to be cutting in as much. It's going to be kind of where I'm at here, right? If I'm looking at my face, let's try that. Let's try keeping my face still and just moving my eyes. All right. So it's gonna look weird, just me going back and forth, but bear with me. All right. So 3/4 view. All right. The eyes are going to be sitting in the socket. Right. There's a reason for everything. And it's sort of going back and forth. What makes sense? Why are certain things sitting in a certain way, right? And then you can think about the center line. Center line really helps me out with this sort of stuff, right? Because if I just threw the center line straight down here, and then I thought that this was the center of the lips, if you look, the center of my lips are actually back here, right? Because my nose, it goes but. So this profile view is basically the center line that we're trying to follow, right? So we're trying to map that onto the 3/4 view, right? And then we can come back underneath the nose, right? And then this sort of keeps things in check in a way, right? That makes sense. Then looking like a scanning bot. Alright, so that's what I'm thinking about with the 3/4 view. This always fucks me around. This section here. Most other stuff is okay, but this section here. So really take your time and think about the eye sockets. Why are they there? Why would they be there? At what angle are they? Because if we simplify those eye sockets even more, they're basically front on. Now I'm just going to try and imagine like the simplified shape of the eye sockets on the front view. Right, so these are kind of the eye sockets with the eyeballs in them. Right, and if you look at the top view, now I'm not going to be able to do that, but they also do a little bit of this kind of thing. So this is front view, this is top view. They also do a little bit of this. They sort of go back in space and then say, like, imagine this is my nose. Right? If that, there's a sort of cheekbone. So you've got to take that into account as well. And it's this. Right? So this is the top of my head, ears here, right? It's this combined with these two, that's going to make that divot in here, which fucks me around so much. But trying to think about that in more more logical terms instead of just sort of noodling around. That's where I get stuck anyway. My apologies for going too deep. I love this shit. What are you gonna do? Thumb guns. I wish I had teachers like that. Yeah. Oh man, had some good times. Waste half a lesson just talking about current events. Tangents are fun though. Tell me about it. I just went off on one, so that was good fun. But try to avoid tangents, especially in art. Very good point, Thumb Guns. We don't want tangents going around all over the place because then it makes it unclear as to what's going on. It's quite easy if we use Loomis method too. Am I correct? Well, Rohit, again, welcome. I don't like this. Isn't the exact Loomis method, right? I'm doing a hybrid of a bunch of different methods that I like to use. Like I'll take a little bit of I say this almost every stream, but so forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but like I'll take a little bit of Steve Houston, if depending on the head angle, like Steve Houston's head drawing. I'll take a little bit of Glenn Villepeu's head drawing. I'll take a little bit of Michael Hampton's head drawing construction, right? And I'll sort of mash it up and have it make sense depending on what I'm drawing. I'll use it for my needs. So the thing that I used to get caught up on was thinking I have to use the Loomis method, or I have to use this method, or I have to like master this particular method before I can draw anything. That kind of slowed me down a little bit because I was so concerned with getting things just so. And the Loomis method was almost too structural for me, right? So I skipped a bunch of the shit with the Loomis method. I didn't do the full circle. I didn't cut out the full circle first, and then I didn't do this. I did a little bit of a hybrid. I started off with a circle, but then I started to think about, okay, what's the angle? Then I threw in the brow. This is more like Michael Hampton's sort of construction. Then I threw a little bit of the Steve Houston sort of triangle in there. So it's like a mix match. That's why I personally think learn from everyone. Don't just choose one particular way of doing things. Like, if you like what I do, take a little bit from what I do. If you like other people, just like mix and match. And that's where you're going to also find your style as well. And it's exciting because people will say the same things, right? In very slightly different ways. But the way that person A said something versus person B might click with you so much that it's just like, yeah, I'll finally get it. After all this time, it's just the way that they sort of frame this or frame that. At least that's what happens with me. So I try and get all my resources from all over the place. Take all sorts of different courses, all sorts of different sort of advice from a bunch of different people, and then sort of synthesize it into my own way of working. Rant over. CMG. Oh, okay, sorry, you're replying to Fun Guns. Draw with Mike. Hi Ben, big fan from the Philippines. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate it. Welcome. Slick Talk Productions. No problem. That's part. No problem. That's the part I get stuck on. The opposite eye. Thank you. That helped out. Fantastic. I hope it did. Hope it just wasn't me just talking a bunch of shit. Yeah, and what Thumb Guns is talking about as well, like, yeah, study the skull as well and fold that into your knowledge, right? So I can come through, because I've got this structure here, I can then block out. This is fun. I like just tangent time. Maybe that's what you call it? a segment. But then we can start to say, okay, cool. Now we can block this out into a skull. Because we've got that understanding. Oh, you can't even bloody see it. So now we've got that understanding of what's going on, why certain things are sort of sitting in the way that they're sitting. Right. So then you've got the eye sockets, you've got the nose hole. Right, so it's, yeah, experiment, play, explore, like try and go hunting for these things. It's like, all right, I want to draw in 3/4. Get a bunch of reference and figure out, like, look at how other people do it, test it out, see if it sort of fits with you, then go back to the original, the skull. Luciana Plays, hi, welcome. What software are you using? I'm using Photoshop. Skyrish Shadow, yo, what's up, Ben? I just have a quick question. I'm new to digital painting and I wanted to buy a tablet. Any recommendations? I have $300. What's the best option? I don't know off the top of my head, to be perfectly honest. I mean, there's like Huion, there's XP Pen, and there's Wacom. Those are the three that I would sort of go for because they're sort of probably the most well-known and the most trusted. What particular model or anything, I'm not the person to talk to about that, because I mean, I got this one as a gift. Like, this is an XP Pen 15 whatever, and it was a gift, and I was just using an Intuos Pro forever, like a Wacom one forever, which wasn't anything super fancy. So yeah, I'd check those guys out. The head is only 2 bones, not 20. I am Cookie. Finally made it to a stream. Welcome. Great to have you. Great to have you. We're just having fun, making shapes, doing all sorts of experimentation, doing figure, all this. So let's, I reckon I might take a quick break and we will reconvene in about 5 minutes. Alright, so I'm gonna show you my shameless plug. I want you guys to be full, like, this is full transparency. I'm a businessman, right? I hate the word, but entrepreneur at heart. It's it's my default mode. So I have no problem, and I think artists shouldn't have problems sort of promoting their stuff. So here is my break, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. See you shortly. Stay beautiful. Yoo-hoo. We're back. Hope everyone had a good little break, if you did have a break. I did. I had half a banana. And I got some more coffee. So we are good to go. All right. Let's settle back in. CMG Villager, plug everything. Oh, appreciate you. Thank you, Abhishek, for pointing Rocky in the right direction. Okay, let's continue this whirlwind of a stream. So there's some twisting, there's some turning, there's all sorts of stuff in this pose. So I want to try another approach and just start with shapes. And try and maybe push the pose a little bit. Out of the way. This is feeling more stylized. We're on this more stylized spectrum, I guess you could say. A little bit bigger. Ooh, what have I done? What have I done? All right. A lot of the times, stuff got me. The thing that catches me out is this connection here between the arm, right? So, what you've got here is you've got the latissimus. So you've got, if you're familiar with where the rib cage is, right? The rib cage somewhere around here. I mean, this is super stylized, but we can still map it somewhere around here, right? Ribcage is somewhere there, right? You've got the pit of the neck, coming up to here, which is the acromion process, which is basically a fancy word for where the shoulder and the upper arm join. I think that's why it's called that is what I recognize it as. Right, and what's happening here is it's not connected so much to the ribs, it's connected to the shoulder blade. And in between, like on top of all that is muscle. So a lot of the time you're going to have the latissimus come down and sort of fill out that back portion here, even on stylized characters. Alright, I'm going full stylized now, I don't care. Stylizing the living shit out of it. But all the same principles apply. Getting the idea to begin with. And then we might do another x-ray thing on her to show, even with stylization, I'm thinking about what's going on underneath, like with the bones and the joints and all that sort of stuff. Not gonna lie, I think I just think I want to zoom in a lot for digital. Yeah, it's a habit to break, because it doesn't help anything if the larger shapes aren't working, right? Then the smaller shapes, like if this knee wasn't looking right, there's no point me rendering this knee up super tightly if it's not in the right spot, if you know what I mean. So it is definitely a habit to kind of kick, and I find myself slipping back into it all the time. I've even made it less like this scrubby zoom, where I can just sort of do really quick zooming. I'll just turn that off, so it's like harder to do it, and then it fucks up the canvas if I try and do it that way. So yeah, trying to put barriers in between that, or in between me zooming in too much. LT Klutzy. Hi Ben, can you explain the difference between male and female hips and waist? I'm not an expert with full anatomy and the differences between them, but and it's all very dependent on what what model you're working from, or reference that you're working from, right? But in general, I think women have wider hips than men. Like you've got men might have more of a blocky sort of rib to sort of pelvis ratio where women might, I'd have to double check this as well, but from what I understand from memory, that women have a little bit wider hips for bearing children, right? So that's where you get this kind of so woman versus man, this kind of deal. Where a man might be more like that. I don't know, that kind of thinking is like the general kind of thinking. Oh God. But it's all dependent, right? You can have women with more masculine features, men with more feminine features. Noted. Also, I was reading about this. The female hips have a bit of tilt as well. Yeah, there's something like on the, if we're looking at the side profile view, they sort of tilt down a little bit, and then you've got the bone, like the knee bone or whatever, something like that. They have more tilt that way, I believe. Something to check out though. You can go on Pinterest and study that. Like no stress whatsoever with looking that up. You'd find that easy. Alright, so now we've got this kind of stylized character. Let's throw on a different layer. Diddly dee! Hey, how you doing, Ben? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you. So let's knock this back. Add another layer on top, and let's see if we can do what we did with the other one. Let's really think about this. See if we can make it feel more structural, but while at the same time keeping the shapes simple. Alright, so we're going for a very stylized sort of look. I love sort of weaving in and out of realism and stylization. So let's, because we push the pose a little bit, so we find the center line. Let's find this, let's give her like big cap shoulders. Why? I don't know. Why not? That's what I say. So maybe we can even knock this back even more so we get a clearer picture. Right, so all this has got to make sense because it's based on anatomy, right? I'm basing this all on generally realistic, like human anatomy in a way. It's super stylized, the shapes are pushed, but The deltoid is still a deltoid. Right, the bicep here will still be a bicep. Dorky, welcome back, my friend. Hey Ben, loving your study process. Very inspiring. Thanks so much. I'm having a bloody blast. Alright, so now remember how I talked about this latissimus muscle? We want to really hammer that home, that is behind this arm. Even the breasts as well, they're going to be in perspective, right? They're not just going to be that, they're going to be laying on top of the rib cage. So they've got to make sense. So then once we have the structure, then we can sort of throw on the clothing. Yeah, see, I always do the belly button way too low. So I just gotta like keep an eye on that. Alright, so I'm also thinking about the anatomy here. So you've got this muscle here, I don't know what it's called. That one, see how it's sort of like wraps around and kind of comes back there. So you can see that a little bit in the reference as well. So I'm just punching that up. super loving it, but again, this is study time. I'm not stressing myself out about because she's kind of, I've got her leaning back more, so this leg has really got to hold that weight. All right, so it's got to make logical sense. I recently watched Scrooge: A Christmas Carol, and I love the character designs in it. Also the color palette. Oh, nice one. I'm just struggling with my drawing. Thought I would be a bit better at lighting. Still need to practice. Yeah, always practicing. Got to always practice. Brachioradialis. Brachioradialis. That's the one. That's what it calls. See, I don't know what it's called. Chris Desana, hey Ben, bought your gumroad toot. Really enjoyed so far. Amazing content and enjoy these lives as well. Thank you so much for the support, and so glad to hear that you got something out of the or that you're getting something out of the tutorial. That is awesome, and that is what I made it for. Rafael Rios, hola, welcome. Currently using Strathmore fine tooth sketch paper. Nice one. Don't speak Spanish. Are you telling me not to speak Spanish? You can't stop me from speaking Spanish. I don't know how to speak Spanish, but if I didn't know how to, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Yeah, this kind of looks weird. Not liking it. She's kind of like leaning back for no particular reason. So maybe her hand would be hanging down a little bit instead of on her thigh, because she's. Raphael, sorry, don't understand English. Oh no. Well, hopefully you can just enjoy the stream and what I'm doing on screen, not what's coming out of my mouth. And you probably don't understand what I'm saying now. Ugh, what a conundrum. This looks awkward. I don't like it. It's not terrible, but There's something about it. It's like, who stands like that? I mean, I guess it's not the best reference either, because it's kind of, I don't know, goes a little bit more on the unnatural side. But it's still good practice, not wasted. Thumb guns, I appreciate it. Australian is a difficult language, it is. Bend the farther shoulder is angled too acutely. Maybe. I don't think that's the issue. But, as I said, these are just studies. Some of them are going to turn out okay, some of them not so much. Could spend the whole afternoon trying to fix this, but I'm not going to. Might even want to get into some painting. All right, on to the next one. In a moment. All right, on to the next one. Maybe we do another face. Let's do old mate here. Let's go like really simplified shapes. Really simple shapes. What shape do I think of when I'm drawing shoulders? Probably like a more of a like a triangle. Like if you think of the, let's say you've got the clavicle here, right, and then you've got the shoulder blade at the back with the arm connecting somewhere around here, right? You've got the arm bone. I'm thinking about how that deltoid is sort of connecting in this kind of pyramid-y shape, if that makes sense. No problem, Thumb Guns. Maho, my apologies. Maho Sheda Howell. I love the way you break down your drawings. Thank you so much. Every time now when I want to quit on my drawing, I just think, what would you do? You have an organized mind with art. Thank you. Yeah, but no, I didn't always. And it's still something I'm trying to work on. There are many a drawing that were just abandoned. Oops, I said shoulder, but I meant between the shoulder and the neck. Not sure the name. Shoulder and the neck. The clavicle? Maybe? Like this guy? Is that what you're sort of talking about? I've wanted to cook this drawing so many times, but I'm happy I didn't. Keep going, Sugar Beats. You can do it. Emmanuel, good morning from Sweden. I looked at the Wednesday stream the other day and got hooked. Appreciate it, Emmanuel. Great to have you. Welcome. Oh, it's like the muscle. That is the sternocleidomastoid, something. So this one here. This one you're talking about. So it connects kind of to the clavicle. This guy? Maybe? Fun guns? Let me know. If that's the case, that's what it's called. A sternocleidomastoid something something. Oh, the top part of the trapezius, like this guy here. Sort of coming down like that, maybe. Now again, I'm not looking for likeness. This is just shapes and experimentation. Caught noodling on this guy for too long. Not perfect. going for perfection, just experimentation, getting the reps in. As I continue to noodle. Any tips? I've been stuck on trying to draw heads for more than a year. My progress is not progressing. Okay. Well, without seeing your work, it's going to be a little bit tricky. What is it that you don't like about the heads that you're drawing? I mean, I don't like this head that I drew. But, that happens. Ugh, no, go away. Let's try it again. I'm gonna try this whole one again. It's frustrating me. Round 2. Fight! Let's have a look. Harley, good morning from Wakanda. Did you use Paint Studio? Did you use Paint Studio growing up? Microsoft Paint? Don't think so. No. Have you studied JC Leyendecker? Have I ever? He's a big inspiration. Take it again. See if we can simplify it even more. Because he's kind of got like an upward angle, right? So we're looking up. Lately I've been studying my shapes because I start to draw and then I stop. They aren't coming out great, so right now I'm studying my shapes because I don't have my shapes down to draw the head good. That's a very good idea. See how you notice I start even here, like with a sphere, just for the eyes. I don't always do that, but these simplified shapes really help me out. At the very least, they'll help me get out of sort of sticky situations where I just can't figure things out. Side profile lips, I struggled with them so much. Yeah, they can be tricky, but if you it helps to try and break things down. Like I keep saying that, and it's going to sound like, yeah, I know, but breaking things down helps so much because then there's a logic to it. It's not guessing. You're not trying to be like, oh, does this look right? Is it right here? Is it right here? It's like, oh, if this is true, if this is true, if that's true, then this makes sense that this would be in this position on the face. And then it just sort of comes back to logical kind of thinking. Chun-Li in your style would be insanely cool. That's not a bad idea. The slight perspective on this ref is tricky. It is. It is. My problem is I want to get stuff quick and get frustrated. You and me both, my friend. But there's no point in getting frustrated. Doesn't make a better drawing. Does nothing. Right, I get frustrated often. One of the best things to do is just take a break, go for a walk, do something other than this, then come back to it with fresh eyes. Otherwise you just keep banging your head against the wall, getting more frustrated, and yeah, it just doesn't help at all, from my experience. I would walk, but it's 1 a.m. Yeah, man. That's fair. That's fair. I'll do something else. Watch YouTube or
just, yeah, sort of get your mind off of the frustration. Easier said than done, because all you want to do is make it look better. Believe me, I know. When I take a break, it would be a week or a month. Well, look, honestly, that's your doing. So if you want to not do that, don't do that. I want to try a 13-day drawing challenge because I really need to stop taking long breaks when I get frustrated. Yeah, start small. Don't try not to stress yourself out, because I mean, I've been there. I've done that. Stressed myself out so much and it really doesn't help at all. So what new thing did we learn today with this study? This particular one, slight up angles are tricky. Not everything necessarily needs to be a profound sort of learning experience, but I mean it's honestly just getting the reps in, trying to break things down when things get tricky. I might take one of these ones that I've done today and maybe throw some color on him. We'll see. You find it easier to bulk up / muscle up people, refs, or slim them down? Doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. It's all much of a muchness because it's all shapes. Right, there's buff them up, the shapes pop out in certain ways. You accentuate the muscle where the muscle actually is, or you slim them down. You make the muscle smaller, and you accentuate maybe the bone, or you'll see more of the bones potentially. Edgar, man, this is looking amazing. Appreciate it, Edgar. Edgar. All right. Grasswork, hello, hello. Welcome back, my friend. Sun guns, it's all shapes. Okay, you're another level 9. It honestly is, right? Because, okay, let's see if we want to do another sort of demo or something, right? Let's say, ugh, there's so much wrong with this, but let's where's a good example? Maybe let's like take an arm or something. Let's take old mate here, right? We can see the clavicle. Right, he's pretty slender as he is. Right, that'll scoot back into the scapula. Right, now a lot of these muscles are going to connect into the scapula, so I just want to think about the bone of the arm. Don't have to get this granular, but this is me just thinking it out, like thinking out loud of what I'm thinking about. Right, now I know that this, so I'll keep the proportions somewhat sort of close to where this guy is, and then we'll beef him up. Right. So we got that latissimus, you got the serratus coming in there, you got the then you got this other one that we remembered what the name was, but I've forgotten it already. Right. Okay, so let's say we wanted to beef this one up. For me, it's a matter of, if I wanted to do it like proper, I would go and get a bunch of reference and say, okay, where does the beefing up happen? Right? Does it happen a lot here in the neck, or and what kind of character? Right? Are we talking about strongmen, or are we talking about gymnasts? Because they're going to have different places that you're going to be beefing them up, right? There's places that kind of don't change depending on the character, right? Again, this is stylization. We do whatever the frick we want, but let's say, okay, so we understand the biceps here. All right, so instead of us seeing all of the ribs and everything like that, maybe this is more of a gymnast, so it's more of a like lean muscle mass, but it's a little bit more chunky. So I might make this latissimus and all these serratus a little bit more pronounced, right? The pec a little bit bigger, right? Should probably do it on another layer, but right. And then if that's the case, the traps might become more pronounced. The deltoids could definitely become more pronounced than the bicep. Tricep back behind here, and then old mate, whatever we call this one, I can't remember it. Right, that's going to be the same. The wrists are going to stay similar, like if we're just beefing up this character. Right, and then we kind of do the opposite. I mean, the nipple wouldn't get, it might get bigger, I don't know. But you can see there's like characteristics, and this is where reference comes in handy. So this is just doing off the top of my head, and if it's more stocky, we might not see all these little cuts and grooves and that kind of thing. It might be more straighter and smoother, if you know what I mean. Right, and the neck might be a little bit a little bit bigger. Right, so that's how I'm kind of thinking, is sort of making it where's the logic? Why not just making it beefy for the sake of beefy? At least in this study, right? Figure why, what kind of beefy? Because there's lots of different body types. One thing that's oftentimes not talked about is sort of the putting fat on, right? Where does the fat go? So this would all like soften out. Right, this might all soften out. Right, so it's again lots of reference and trying to look at the differences. Could even go as far as look at actors or actresses that have done extreme body transformations. Where do they hold weight? Where, like, what's his face? Batman. Christian Bale in like The Machinist versus Batman versus American Psycho versus when he went really overweight. You can even start looking at that as well. It is just great that I managed to catch your live stream. Yeah, as I said, great to have you. Because one, it is benevolent. Yay, nice guy with nice streams. Appreciate you. And I do have an oral exam in English today. Fantastic. Well, good luck for that. Abhishek, as an artist, sometimes I feel so proud of my artwork and suddenly next day I suck. Have you ever felt this way? And why do these things happen? I really need your help on that. Yes, 100%. Posts that I post a month ago, I'm like embarrassed about some of them. You know what I mean? There's a good kind of theory around as you progress and as you get better, I guess with anything, but in particular art, there are times where sort of your eye or your taste catches up to your skill level, and that's where you're really happy. So you've got like if this is your eye and your taste, right? Let's actually draw an eye, right? Right, so there's a graph, and then here's your skill level, right? So usually at the beginning, your eye is kind of here, and your skill level's sort of like lagging, but then it kind of they merge, and this is where you're like happy with your work, right? And you're like, hell yeah. And even sometimes your skill can even just overlap your eye, and you're like, oh shit, did I actually do that? But then as you get better and as you start to understand things, then your eye is always going to be doing this thing, and then your skill is sort of separated from your eye or your taste, and you're like, oh shit, I'm bad again. And then it comes back, and then it crosses over, and then you're happy. And that just sort of continues to go and go and go and go. There's a good little graph of that. I can't remember where it is, but if you look at the, I think it's called. Oh, I had it in one of my newsletters. I'll have to throw it on my blog or do my own version of it or something. Because it's really good. Because yeah, that happens to me all the time. Like it's just one of those things. Like how people hate their voice on. Listening to their voice on like recording, or it's just I see it as one of those types of things. It just is what it is, and just don't stress about it, and just continue to keep pushing on, keep getting better, because you're never going to be, at least for me, I'm never super satisfied with any sort of one piece of work that I do. Or I'm not satisfied for long, put it that way. CMG. Oh, sorry, Grasswork. So I missed a part where in fact the topic fell onto shapes. Everything we see here consists out of shapes. That was meant to, or not? Yeah, basically everything. I'm just focusing on just carving shapes out, just having some fun, not really stressing too much about it. It's a study session. I'm going to bed. Was fun catching my first stream. Enjoy your art, dude. Thank you so much. So appreciative of you popping past, and hope you enjoyed it. This is a great study exercise. Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun, just to try and find these shapes in here. Why does this look 3D? Because it's got a left and a right side. Right, and we're trying to find the balance between the two. I want to be that ripped when I get younger. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. Thanks, Ben. My pleasure. All right. I think maybe we take a couple of these and we throw some values on them. Shall we? Did I do? What else did I do? Yeah, that's right. I did this one, didn't I? And I did that one. Might even do this guy as well. I did this the other day, or yesterday. Does white canvas not hurt your eyes when working for long hours? Not particularly. Okay, so let's see if we can. I wouldn't mind doing this, like throwing some values on this guy. Who else have we got? We've got her. We can throw some values on her, see if we can make her look 3D. Yeah, let's just start. Let's just keep having some fun. Let's move that out of the way. Copy that. Oh, actually, maybe I'll cut it. Ugh. Cut it, thank you. Paste, I'll just do it in the I won't worry about resizing it or anything, I'll just go for it. So yeah, let's throw the background into a little bit of grey mode. And let's just have some fun. I'm just going to do a top-down lighting. Like, or maybe just like I want to have some shine here. So shine here, shine here, shine here. So we'll do it as if the light source. Do it as if the light source is like here. And we'll just practice. Okay. Let's not worry about it. Let's just keep the same brush that we had before. So yeah, with these streams, like I just felt like studying, so I just did did these study streams, but yeah, I've got plans to do more focused ones, definitely. Dwarkesh, love how you think about the 3D shapes and stick close to the fundamentals. Trying to learn that from your art and incorporating it in my process. Fantastic. That's awesome. News Cub. Hello there. So I have heard a lot of artists say shape 2D, but then other artists say I have to see form in 3D. Right. Then someone told me I have to see the shape 2D and form 3D at the same time. How do you go about that? Or is that something you even do? I just can't seem to do that. Seems impossible. One, there's no right or wrong way to do it, but what I understand from what you're trying to tell me is so you got the 2D shape, right? Which is this. Okay, you got a 2D shape. Then thinking about this 2D shape in 3D is what that would be, right? So it's almost as in stages, in a way. It's not linear, it's not like this, then this, then this. But I might block out, say, the head shape as a 2D shape to begin with. So I might come and just go, okay, cool. Head shape 2D. That's pretty 2D, right? I'm still thinking a little bit about 3D. Like the stuff that I'm thinking about, you can't see, obviously. But then I'll start to add in an ear. I'll then start to add in some eye sockets, the eyeballs, the nose. Right? Indicate the temple, right? And this is then how it's sort of transforming from that initial 2D blocking to 3 dimensions, if that makes sense. So that's kind of, and the reason you do that, I think, is if you're trying to figure out, say, like character or like the silhouette, or if the silhouette's making sense. Particularly when you're inventing characters, because you don't want to have everything just as like a really unclear silhouette, if that makes sense. So you might start with the 2D shape and then carve out the 3D forms as you go. I hope that makes sense. So I'm just gonna have some fun. I love skull, like just drawing skulls, because they're the basis of faces, right? They're of portraits and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just gonna have some fun blocking some of this in. Oh, nice, thank you. I appreciate the response. My pleasure. My pleasure. I do hope that makes sense. It is tricky to sort of wrap your head around, but you'll also find your own way of working. There's no right or wrong way. And why this skull has an ear? Who knows? Who cares? It's our skull. It can have an ear if it wants to. Let's just merge them all down. Working on one layer. Look at us go. Alright, so if this is the case, if that light source is here, then all this is going to be pretty in shadow. Alright, there's like a hole in the skull, so that shouldn't be there in the first place. So we'll cut that out. Let's remove the smoothing, remove the opacity. When you get your shapes down, what do you start with for a beginner? When you get your shapes down, the full head shape is probably something I would recommend getting down first, because that's what everything sits within, right? Apologies, I cannot pronounce your username, but do you do these as warm-up prior to starting a project? Yeah, sometimes I want to get more so into the habit of doing warm-ups, where I've kind of been slacking on that recently. So this is just a whole big study session, but I think it would be beneficial to do some quicker sort of versions of this, I guess, in prep for like a project or an illustration. I definitely think that's super beneficial. All right, let's carve this out. In your tutorial course, do you study the shapes and stuff? The tutorial is based around that guy, so this guy, and I'll walk you through my whole sort of thought process from start to finish, from sketch to sort of the rendering of him. I don't dive deep into any one particular section, like I don't go into all of the anatomy or anything like that. It's really like just for that particular illustration. I go into shapes, I go into how I simplify the shapes, why I do certain things, thinking in 3D, and I've also done some 3D models in there as well, throwing them in there to sort of help from a study perspective based on that character himself. So I'm looking to do some like a more structured kind of course in the near future for sure, with like talking about anatomy and just allowing me to dive a lot deeper into certain topics, which will be really fun. But yeah, no, it's a great it's a walkthrough, and it comes with like a 40-page PDF, hashtag shameless plug. It comes with like the 40-page PDF, so you can sort of refer back to things, what I'm talking about. There's a example whatchamacallits, example videos on the Gumroad page as well, to sort of give you an idea of what the videos are like. But it's like, yeah, it's like an 8-hour walkthrough of that character from start to finish, and me kind of stopping along the way, explaining my thought process, and yeah, having a lot of fun with it. Is it beginner friendly? How beginner are you? How many hours do you recommend of art studies daily? Is an hour sufficient? If an hour is all you can do, an hour is more than sufficient. Consistency, I think, is the thing that matters. Right, if I can only draw for 20 minutes a day, that's all I can do. But as long as I sort of try and keep that consistency up, that's what I'd recommend for me and for you. Chris Designer, guys, just buy it. It's filled with wealth of knowledge. I think 34 USD is not enough for the value of content it gives us. Highly recommend it. I appreciate you, Chris. It means a lot. I can't wait to get the next thing out. I want it to be just the bee's knees. Dwarkesh, what are the things you look for in a reference image? How do you get to selecting that this is a character I want to draw? I don't have like a real checklist or anything that I can sort of point you towards. It's sort of like, what do I think would be fun to exaggerate? Or study, right? It can also depend on what your goals are for the particular session. Jeremy, welcome, my friend. Welcome back. I'm doing well. How you doing? Chris, have you already started working on the next one? I've started to get some ideas down. I've got so many ideas, right? And I want to do it like a course, like a proper course, which will be more expensive, but it's going to be more beneficial, right? But it's just figuring out how I can give the most value and sort of take my time and really think about how I can explain some things. And I'm even thinking about running some actual like in-person sort of smaller group courses to begin with, to really get a feel for the questions that are being asked and things that I can help with, because it's all and good if I just guess as to what I think would be helpful, but if I can actually get feedback from people like yourself going through a course in real time, I think that'll be pretty bloody helpful as well. Oh, you got in here too late, so I have to go to bed. But I subscribe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and my absolute pleasure. Thanks for asking the questions. I love chatting, back and forth, and I'm still trying to juggle the drawing and the talking, but no, it's good fun. Sam, welcome, my friend. Good to see you in here. So hopefully next week Sam is going to help us out in chat. So he's all going well. We might have him on stream, sort of reading out the chat for me, so I can just sort of keep focused on the drawing and more so just reply instead of stopping and starting kind of thing, which will be a cool experiment. It'll be good fun. Do let me know if you want me to be a guinea pig. I certainly will. You'll be one of the first I contact. I can't stay during this stream, but I just wanted to say that I struggle with the shapes of the face under the eyes down to the mouth. So that's like 2/3 of the face. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Gabrielle, hi, hello, welcome. Would you recommend someone starting with the male anatomy first or female? It doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. I would focus on shapes rather than gender or male, female. Really doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. What do you enjoy? That would be the first one to start with, and then focus on the shapes and the forms. Sorry for my English, but the part where the forms change down the cheekbones. Okay, so for sort of like from here to here, sort of thing, potentially. Kerry X Music TV. Hola, welcome. Gabrielle, I'm very beginner in drawing. I'm starting to read Loomis's book. Do you recommend something? I recommend a lot of stuff. I love your style. Thank you so much. Loomis is great. Loomis is fantastic. I'd recommend Steve Houston. Check out some of his stuff. What else? Michael Hampton's figure drawing, design and invention. One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites. What about landscape painting studies and when? Yes, definitely. When? No idea. I'd almost want to do them in a way where I do the landscape painting, but then we'll put we'll study some landscapes. Maybe I'll do that today. I don't know. This is the thing. This is just all an experiment. I'm just having fun. I'm just bringing you guys along for the ride. But what I wanted to actually do, and I was talking to Sam about this. I think I was talking to Sam about this last night. Was I would like to do those environment studies, but then place characters or objects or things in context of that environment study and make it read as if it was there in the first place. So understand the lighting, understand how to fit something within a scene. that wasn't there in the first place. I think that'll be fun, a fun challenge. Who's your favorite artist? I couldn't pick just one. There's so many, so many. But off the top of my head, you've got JC Leyendecker, you've got Norman Rockwell, you've got John Singer Sargent, you've got TB Choi, you have Jin Kim from Disney, you've got Shiun Kim from Disney, you've got Karl Kopinski, you've got Kim Jung-gi, like just so many. Like I've got a pretty eclectic kind of art taste, I guess you could call it. Caleb, I know this is later in the process, but what's your process for adding color to a grayscale value study? Well, in a nutshell, I'll do the grayscale first, then I'll use any combination of the color layer mode, multiply layer mode, or even the overlay layer mode to add color on top, and then I'll keep layering and layering and layering on top, and then eventually I'll just merge them all down and just start painting, and then I'd rinse and repeat the process. So in a nutshell, that's a kind of that, or where I'm at with that process. I love that you're doing a drawing stream. I've definitely noticed that I'm a better painter than I am a drawer, but it holds my painting back at times. Yeah, definitely, man. Drawing's the basis for my paintings, really. Alright, so this started as a drawing. It started as this guy. Alright, so strong drawing. You've got some like old masters, I can't remember who exactly, but it's like something that I continually would hear is like painting's just drawing with paint. Like it's the same. Jeremy, yes, this is a pretty complex part because of the fat of the face and muscles with the fat under the eyes and stuff. Yeah, and it depends on the person as well, right? So it's something to take into account. And that's why it really depends, because this is a skull, right? But then you've got all the fat and everything that sort of fills all this area in. You've got the connection, which I don't entirely know how it goes, but there's some sort of connection here which then would fill in this section, right? This would all be filled in by stuff, muscle, fat, and that kind of thing, and that's why we don't have this big divot in here with where our teeth are. I mean, if you're pretty gaunt, like you can see where it just goes in. Do I cash Paru daily too, I guess, from the line work? 100%. He's fantastic. I love that guy's work. Is this live going to stay up? Yeah, it is. I'm not going to touch it. It's just going to be on the YouTubes.
Sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it look. Look. Life of a legend, just a day in the life. Might slide on ya, I ain't staying the night. I ain't pick cards, I'm just playing them right. Photo shoot tomorrow, they gon' pay for the flight. Amazing the height, I'm able to reach from just rapping. Get it all legit, my nigga, so fuck trapping. Catch me in the lab, I'm the player with the game plan, and I stick to it. We are really not the same, man. Nothing make these motherfuckers change like the game can. In too deep, I'ma really be a name brand. I levitate, got you looking like a caveman, talking like you winning, doing only what a slave can. I'm getting money, so I'm knowing why they mad at me. Quarter ounce of literary magic in the glad baggy, word to the blood. Hope your baby stay fed, nigga. I'ma keep you living with a pocket full of dead niggas. And I came up from the eyes they can't fathom. So I'ma need all my little coins, you can't have them. But I'll probably drop a couple blessings on the way out.
Will you post this study on your Instagram? Maybe on my stories. I don't know if it would be a proper post. Yeah, maybe on my stories.
Thank God for the love and the upcoming. I was blessed with the flows, got my cup running. Ain't no fear in the black.
What is the section on your Discord to get some feedback on artwork? I don't have one at the moment. That's probably... I've got to figure out what that looks like for me, just from a time perspective. It might be a paid thing or something. I haven't figured that out yet because I don't want to make any promises to anyone. That I'm pretty time poor as it is at the moment. You can try giving him rabbit teeth. He's got ears already. Actually, yeah. Have you ever seen Bugs Bunny when it's like Bugs Bunny's skull? It's actually like there's no teeth and it's literally just the front two. Yeah, you got the rabbit teeth. I thought you said the light direction is coming from up and behind him. No, the light's coming from here, from the top, from above, not from behind him. It's because I want to have this shine here, shine on the eyeball, shine on here. Does that make sense? It'll make sense shortly when I start adding the lights. Right, maybe just swap to like a hard round brush. Might be able to speed things up a tad. Fairly, what's going on? Welcome back. Giving it the stink eye, squinting down.
I'm doing some little procrastinating here, Lee. What are you procrastinating on? Do I work for clients at the moment? Do you work as an illustrator? Yeah, like some clients, not currently at the moment, but people will reach out and want me to do stuff, and if it's sort of if I want to do that, I'll do that. But I've got more so workshops coming up with companies. That's sort of more so what's happening in the near future. Let's wrap this guy. Let's not do it super tight. Let's throw some light on. I guess this was me, wasn't it? This was my little demo of 3/4 view. Turn it to the airbrush. One day I told my friends that my grandpa had the last dinosaur as a pet and they believed it. Oh, God. O1S John, hi Ben, can't believe I never knew about your channel. Huge fan of your work, appreciate it. Thank you so much and welcome. I've only recently started to do live streams and sort of post to YouTube, so I appreciate you popping past. Francesca, have you ever considered getting an editor and uploading full tutorial vids? Definitely. You're looking at the editor, that'll be the first editor, because I've just got to figure out the workflow and what that means, but that's definitely on the cards. I want to do proper, I want to sink my teeth into this YouTube game and try and figure it out. So you can look forward to some proper tutorial videos, other types of videos. Yeah, just experimenting with it and having fun. That's what I'm looking forward to. Can you walk us through why you changed to a round brush? I mean, I could make up something profound, but honestly, I just thought I'd give it a shot. There's nothing really to it. I just thought give it a whirl. I got to go, bro. Please don't forget the Dwight portrait. Yeah, Dwight. We'll have some fun with that, definitely. Maybe not this stream, but maybe in a stream soon. Have you ever not wanted to go to sleep because art is too fun? Yes. That's a big issue. Because if you're on fire and stuff's just working, it's like, well, I don't want to lose that magic. So why would I go to sleep? You know why you go to sleep? Because it ruins the rest of the day after that. That's why you go to sleep. But yeah, no, I can empathize with that 100%. Let's remove shape dynamics. There we go. Ta-da. I'm back from doing a self-portrait study. Awesome, thumb guns. Nice one. I'll try maybe another hour. Go to sleep, sugar beats. Tomorrow's you will be thanking yourself. And then you can get up. It also gives you something to look forward to. I'm scared it won't work in the morning. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It sounds silly, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Maybe coffee will help that feeling. Coffee's going to keep you awake. Saw you on Adobe's YouTube channel, and yes, Tobey Maguire is my Spider-Man, my favorite Spider-Man too. Awesome. Yeah, Ryan's cool. That was good fun. That. Yeah, we should do something again. He's a cool dude. Francesca, how did you establish your art style and community? Those are two different questions. Art style, in a nutshell, trying to figure out the artists that I like, how they do what they do, and then trying it out myself, and then keeping the things that I liked, and then leaving the rest, and just rinse and repeat with a bunch of different artists. That's pretty much more or less how really anyone's art style was kind of made, I'd imagine. How did I build my community? It's weird calling it a community, because I don't know, it wasn't like an intention necessarily to build a kind of community. But are you talking about like Instagram or that kind of thing? For me, it was really, if you're talking about Instagram, it's really just I wanted to get better. One of the ways to do that is to share your process and your thought process and share it with others. And I started to do that, and
people started to like it. And I was like, oh, cool, all right. And then this is very simplified, mind you. And then I just kept doing that. I kept sharing my discoveries, I guess, and what I was interested in and why I was doing certain things. And yeah, it was just really fun, which helped me keep up the consistency of posting, and it was helping me learn more as well. Oh, I could noodle on this for ages. What are your favourite brushes or the ones you use the most? Well, really, I'm just using Ahmen Aldoori's brush pack in Photoshop. Any one of these, usually the hard elliptical or the soft round. I'm using the rough bristles. I don't think I've ever used that, but I just picked it up just because, to give it a whirl, just to give it a bit of texture, something a little bit different. Sergio, hi Ben, I'm new here. Question, what do you think about the situation on ArtStation, this AI program? I went deep the other stream about that. I don't actually know the full deal with arts, because I'm not on ArtStation personally. So can someone fill me in really quickly? Like, from what I understand, artists are posting like the no to AI symbol on ArtStation. And that's all I know, because as I said, I'm not on ArtStation myself.
Sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes it be like that. I wish it wouldn't be like that. But sometimes look.
This is something I like to do as well. Add thickness to things. Alright? Definitely more stylized, right? Let's say that we can make a little nose chip or something on the nose, but actually adding some thickness to things, I don't know, it just looks cool. You know? I know you probably won't do this, but you have to draw your friend Chris H. Maybe, never say never. You never know. Old Hemsy. Who's your new favourite artists lately? The issue with that question is if you showed me their artwork, I'd be like them. Those are my favourite artists. But I can't remember the names. That's the issue sometimes with social media. You see art and you save it and you're like, this is sick. And then because it's just little avatars all over the place, it's hard to remember names. But if I do remember, I'll let you know if I find anyone that's sort of stands out to me. What is the grey thing inside his nose? So that's the I believe it's the septum, like the thing that separates the nostrils. Very stylized, but it's a thing. Applying a version of this goal to my self-portrait study. Awesome. You'll draw Chris, he'll love it, you'll meet up and then be his designer at the end. I don't know if Chris needs a designer. Nor would I want to be Chris's designer. That's the question. I want to do this. I want to do exactly what I'm doing here. Having fun doing my own stuff. You heard of Darren Butcher art? He does oil paintings that remind me of your style. No, I haven't actually. I'll have to have a look. Ever seen Orem Park art? No, I haven't. I haven't. Alright, how's this looking from afar? Pretty scully. Let's get some. Some of this stuff going. Yeah, with some of this stuff I just like to have fun just rendering stuff. Who do you think the artists that you take the most inspiration from? That's a good question. As I said, I kind of mix and match art styles that I like, but Max Grecke, I'm obsessed with his shape language. So I'm always taking notes from him, the way he does certain things, how he does certain things, and try and make it my own. Again, yeah, TB Choi. From a line work perspective, Jin Kim from that sort of Disney style. So yeah, there's no. I try not to take too much influence from one particular artist, but that can change. Right, 1 week or 1 month I might be all about one particular artist, and then another month it's like, cool, all right, I'll move on to a different one, a different style, a different challenge. Always evolving. I think this skull has almost run its course. I don't want to render it up too much. Do another quick break. And a little bit. I mean, mean, this doesn't make sense here. Like, what this would actually be a bone that sort of stops there and sort of hooks in, but there's an ear there, so it's not super accurate, but it doesn't matter. I'm just having fun today. Try and have fun every time we draw. I feel like you make a short animated film with him because you're gonna love it. Have you seen Sarah Tepper's art? I haven't, no. Her art style is the one I want. That's cool. Well, that's fantastic. Now you know exactly what to study, or who to study, and then you can start to really break down why she's doing what she's doing. Chris loves his Australian buds. Skulls with tattoos look cool. Glowing tattoos like love, death, and robots. That's cool. That would be cool. I'm waiting for that black figure lady in the beginning you did to be rendered. Please don't forget her. Oh, I don't know if I rendered that one. I might have to disappoint you, Abhishek. Hey Ben, I usually draw with pencil and paper. I also have an iPad and non-screen tablet to draw digitally, but I always feel cramped and tight, like I'm only using my wrist and I'm slipping all over. So I usually only paint digitally. I'm waiting for the question. IK's music. Was there a question there? Is what you said? Just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Alright, that's enough messing around with the skull. As I continue to mess around with it. Alright, is enough. Alright, cool. What else? What else can we do? What else can we do? I wonder. What other references do we have? I think now's a good time for another break. I might just have another quick break. It's now a good time for, if you're drawing along, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, stretch your eyes. Be careful when doing that, it can be dangerous. And yeah, we will reconvene shortly, and then maybe we'll wrap it up with I don't know. I'll have a quick think in the break to see what we can what we can do. All right. Ike's music. Do you draw it using your whole arm, like what all the art teachers say digitally? I try to. Sometimes I do wrist, but I try and do it with the shoulder. That helps with like smoother lines as well. It is kind of, sometimes if you've got the iPad or whatever it is, you can just like move the iPad around to start kind of drawing more with your whole arm. That does really help. All right. A lot of these teachers are drawing on big tablets or big newsprint. Yeah, do your best with what sort of screen size you've got. But yeah, sometimes you will have to use your wrist a little bit more. But then even zooming out and then using your arm to get like a longer line when you're zoomed out could also be a good technique as well. All right, I'm going to be on break, 5-minute break, and shameless plug, break time.
Cookies got me one with my couch. Made my own lane, they can't come for my route. You catch me running up them digits, not running my mouth. And now they see me up doing everything I plan to be. No new nigga around here, this just my family. Tryna spread love, my life ain't about no vanity. Gotta cut ties if it ain't good for my sanity. Ain't gotta speak, they know I'll talk with me. I can't do no drama, I be tryna cop some property. Thinking that they hot, but it's funny cause they not to me. Talking all that pessimism, but that they ain't got to me. My like prophecy, ain't hard to see it, all my partners chose. Gotta pop my then clock my grip and keep my pockets swollen. These be scary, I'm Chuck Berry, how I'm rockin' rollin'. And they know I'm bout my slide through Southside, how could I not be holding? Brody say he got another play for me, say less, I'm in route. Cause it's getting paper, the only type of I've been bout. And I'm praying faithfully, but you know I gotta let that sin out. And I gotta be cautious of the message that I'm trying to send out. Energy so positive, I'm positive they can't stop it. Gotta set my stop loss just to make sure that I take profit. Putting pack in the air, put a little bit of lemon all in my green tea. I'm living no limit, they know what it is right when they seen me. You ain't hit my phone up, don't come to my house. Quarter ounce of cookies got me one with my couch. Made my own lane, they can't come for my route. You catch me running up them digits, not running my mouth. And now they see me up doing everything I plan to be. No new nigga around here, this just my family. Tryna spread love, my life ain't about no vanity. Gotta cut ties if it ain't good for my sanity. Ain't gotta speak, they know what's really poppin'. I'm shiny suit man, making them bands, they know I'm Diddy boppin'. Slap 10 on the tank, I had to stop and get them top papers. These gon' see me out and act just like they not haters. dropping ashes on my slippers, kung fu in my kickers. Cooling in that cut, I'm sharp as clippers. Jacket with them zippers, strip her out her knickers. Like, you ain't hit my phone up, don't come to my house. Quarter ounce of cookies, got me one with my couch. Made my own lane, they can't come for my route. You catch me running up them digits, not running my mouth. And now they see me up doing everything I plan to be. No new nigga around here, this just my family. Tryna spread love, my life ain't about no vanity. Gotta cut ties if it ain't good for my sanity.
I'm thankful for family. I'm thankful for health. I'm thankful for the knowledge that I have and the struggles that I got over to be the person that I am today.
You see, baby, I am what I am, and I am but a man, and I'd have to lie to be pure. I feel infinite when we intimate, and although I've tried it before, and I try to be more, the reality is I'd have to die to be sure. And I'm not sure you know what it means to me. When I bathe in your rays, and they end up cleaning me without demeaning me. Your demeanor on deity.
Yoo-hoo.
I hope you feel free to be everything you need.
We're back. Well, I'm back. Let's think. What do we want to do here?
Love is more than just an I love you.
I'll have to color up this guy.
It's patient, it's selfless, it's respectful.
I also wouldn't mind doing some figure.
Love is unconditional.
Amy, welcome.
Hey, look. Take it to the leg, arm, head like a Quran.
Let's have a look.
To the left like a baton. I'm a son of God, catching these rays like San Juan with your man.
Yeah, I did this guy the other day. Let's render out this guy.
To the day that I pass, I'm on they ass. Fresh painted digital dash, I'm getting cash. No exaggeration, the difference be in the detail.
Yeah,
I get it for the
he was fun.
factory, flipping it for the retail. I'm sliding block, bending with
Maybe we won't go full out with the render on him, but we can have some fun. Get it to a certain point. I'm doing well, Amy. I'm doing well. How you doing? Great to see you here again. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Maybe we clean up some of the line work. Clean up the line work a bit. See, these shapes are pushed a lot.
but they're still based somewhat in reality-ish. Okay. Your sketching is making me want to try a flat style sketching brush. Go for it. Alright, let's go back to the other scene. Let's continue to have some fun. There's very pleasing line weight variation. Yeah, it's something that I'm always trying to think of. I'll think about. I'm trying to find the pit of the neck. DUCC. Hi, where do you get those references from? These are from Pinterest. See, I'm trying to still think about the planes. So where the 3Dness is coming from. How would this finger sit in the real world? Again, sort of what we were tackling earlier on in the stream. This idea of the twisting, the forms that are twisting. Alright, let's zoom up a little closer to the hand. Now, I don't always use the same hand position, or this is more of a study type thing, so I'm not really inventing a whole lot. But I'm still stylizing. Hands looking mangled. I'm at the stage in my artistic journey where I'm trying to not just blindly follow references. So seeing you talk about form and structure and stylization is great. Awesome. That's fantastic. That's an exciting time. That's a very, very exciting time. Who's that rapping? It is Timothy Infinite. Timothy Infinite. We'll fix it. I just look not looking good. Oh, that's alright. We'll get there. Yeah, that'll do. That'll gives us enough line work to work with, just to start putting some values down. So let's group this, duplicate, and merge. add it into another group, call this color, and let us begin. This is going to be more of a study, not like a full render, but we'll have some fun. Did you ever go through a photorealism phase, or did I always start like stylized? Did I ever go through a bloody photorealism phase? It was the longest phase ever. Definitely did, and I wish I got out of it sooner. So yeah, my base was in photorealism. That's what I did. I tried to, if you go back into my Instagram, some of my first posts were just straight up just paintings, trying to get as realistic as possible, which was fun. It's a good skill, but yeah, I wanted something more. I wanted freedom. Okay, we've got something to work with. So we'll keep it loose, we can always tighten it up later. Let's remove the smoothing. Let's just think about, alright, so the light coming top down. Zesh, do you have anything online on how to use weight? As in have anything? What do you like? There's no sort of tutorials or anything on YouTube as of yet. In my Gumroad thing, I do have it, but I think in I can't remember what stream, but I did go into that a little bit. I think it might have been the VR versus reality one. So I've got to think about where this light source is coming from. So here's the highlight. It's almost camera like soft. It's soft light. It's not super harsh. Ike's Music, I see you've got a drum set back there. Your eyes do not fool you. You're correct. I've been teaching myself drums recently, which has been very fun. Ike's Music, I'm assuming you're a musician from your avatar name. Has anyone ever told you you kind of look like Dennis Reynolds? Who's that? I hope that's not an insult. No one's told me that. Oh, yes, people said that. I know who you're talking about now, yeah. Yes, I've gotten that a few times. Oh, nice one. Ike's music. Alright, so again, I'm squinting my eyes, just trying to get an understanding of where the lights and the darks are, where the forms are taking me. And the music has stopped. Again. And we return. Amy, how do you find good references on Pinterest? Honestly, I just let the algorithm do its thing. There's no real tips there. Just search figure drawing, portrait reference, or faces, or all that kind of stuff, and then just click into one that you like, and then click into another one that you like, and another one that you like, and just sort of, that's all I do. There's no real secret to that. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you something different. It's that time of day again where the dogs go nuts. Fun for all. The amount of art knowledge on YouTube is crazy. I've learned so much. Yeah, it's fantastic. Who have you been listening to or watching? do this a little bit more scrappily, less like, I guess more painterly. Cynics, Ahmed, you, oof. To be said in the same sentence of those guys, it's an honour. Do the old upside down trick. See if anything's not making any sense. And I might just duplicate this. Oh, no, don't want the background with it. So then we've got all the line work on the one layer. And we continue. McGarry's, love the rendering. It's so sculpture-like. Thank you. It's I like playing around with this kind of rendering. This is oftentimes where I just zen out and just throw on a podcast or whatever, really. Also some traditional painters like Paint Coach. I don't paint, I don't oil paint, but a lot of stuff transfers over to any medium. Yeah, it really does. That's a good observation, because a lot of I know who you're talking about, Paint Coach. I watch like traditional guys as well. Yeah, a lot of the fundamentals, and they all transfer. James Gurney is fantastic. fantastic. Love that guy. Recommend his book as well, Color and Light. Very, very good book. I'm losing steam. I'm getting hungry. But we'll get this to a certain acceptable spot. How long have we been going for? That's a good question. Was it 6 hours? 5 hours? 6 hours, something like that. Not a bad effort. Yeah, he inspired me to, James Gurney inspired you to take your sketchbook outside and draw from life. Yeah, I've got to do more of that, man. Definitely got to do more of that. Yeah, I'm just trying to push these shapes further, right, and make them feel believable.
Late at night, niggas bragging about how they took a life, but that's never nice. Till that karma catch back to them and then they pay the price. We was always nice, never scared to join a safe. Studied OGs like Tip Jarobi, Ali and Fife. Everything but cinematic like we signed a Johnny Shice. Gotta earn your stripes, ice up in the prototype. It was on the man up, coming from the sandbox. Man, we had to find out where. We the illest tandem, isolation fandom. Side by side like Hov and yeah. Yeah, them guys that stand up, breaking through your sound box at any time of day. Look at what the brand up, now we in the skybox and we floating through the airways. We floating through. You see the proof like, this here the truth, right? We ain't that spoof type, bringing in that true light. This ain't that goof hype, you know it's two types, the good or the bad. Why don't you pick you a side? The yin and the yang, just to balance out the vibe. I put some 4Gs on it just to show a different ride. Used to put 40 up and now it's double just a cop.
I wonder if
I want to start adding some of the lights, like the specular highlights. I say, bugger it, let's do it. Okie dokes. All right, let's throw in some of the dark, the lights. Ganfold, hey, I just found your channel and your videos are super helpful. Thanks for sharing your practice. My absolute pleasure and welcome. Trying to balance practicing figures and characters, but also landscapes, then combining them. Put a character in a space. Yeah, that's a good practice. That is something I want to do more of. Catch you later. You have a good one. Great chat. And yeah, I hope to see you in the next one. Appreciate you popping past, man. I just got a weird error message saying that my scratch discs are full. So, if this stream ends prematurely, you know why, my computer shut itself. That's not a good Photoshop error to have. But we will continue.
Could not use the brush tool because the scratch discs are full. What does that mean? This is not good. Storage. Shit, I've only got 500 megs. Oh no, I've got 6 gig of it. What is this? Adobe? I'm sick of your shit. Alright, let's do a... could not save. You'll need to save as a... Alright, I'll save it as a new document. I don't care. Study Town. There you go. Alright, we're gonna have to restart Photoshop. I don't know what's going on. Let's quit. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. I don't have a good feeling about this. Scratch this before. I've still got room on the hard drive. Oh, what a useless bloody thing. Okay. We crack open Photoshop. This is what happens sometimes. Cannot do much about it. Hello. Alright, we may be back in business. You know what this is? I've been on Apple's website looking at new laptops and my computer's just like, not having any of that. Not happy with you doing that. Now can I use the brush tool? Alright. We're back in business, baby. Let's throw this here. And away we... Ugh. Scrubby zoom. And let's continue. It's like nothing ever happened. Don't even worry about it. Alright, I've got to really think about this light source now. I might even need to invent the light source a little bit. Like where the specular highlights are going to be coming from. Otherwise, I can see myself getting lost pretty quickly. So everything on this plane is going to be reflecting the light. If we base it off of this nose. AMR time. Oh my goodness, that is insane shading. I appreciate you. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Are you on an iMac 24 inch? If so, what color? I'm not. I'm on an old iMac 27 inch from 2015. It's a dinosaur. Orkin, welcome. Welcome back. Let's check the logic here.
Duffel bag filled to the teeth. When I look at what I see, I could truly say that's all me. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Catch me in the hilltops on the side of the country. Came back from being down 1-3. We the 16 Cavaliers, whole team hungry. Keep the family roots like we came from one tree. One branch, one leaf. Had to embark on this voyage. Double parked in the Taurus. Thank the ones before us to let us peep this was for us. Turn porous into pour up. Nas Bellinis in 3 letters, what they call us. She in bikinis, I make it rain in her forest. Tropical forecast where the water be the purest. Can't get back time watching your wrist. Stay nourished. All that music brought us and it taught us. Spread it to your sons and daughters, cause my duffel bag filled to the teeth. When I look at what I see, I could truly say that's all me. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Catch me in the hilltops on the side of the country. Came back from being down 1-3. We We the 16 Cavaliers, whole team hungry. Keep the family roots like we came from one tree, one branch, one leaf, and we don't never compete. Yeah, the roads is bumpy, sipping bubbly, now we living comfy. I be chilling with my son, watching Teletubbies. Got a fine black woman and she call me hubby. I feel sorry for the woman who had tried to dub me. Now they wonder how my life turned out, come see. I pay my bills monthly, and I don't never rush things. It's just me and my brother and we stay hungry. Now we travel in the countries, which is very humbling. Cause coming from where we from, we done seen the ugly. Used to rock rugby, yeah, late night trooping. We would go to Stumpy's and cop fried dumplings. ISO.
Duffel bag filled to the T. When I look at what I see, I could truly say that's all me. Pack my things up, make some pit stops. Catch me in the hilltops on the side of the country. Came back from being down 1-3. We the 16 Cavaliers, whole team hungry. Keep the family roots like we came from one tree, one branch, one leaf.
Let's fix up this hand. this for the next. Keep tweaking on it for the next bloody 6 hours. But I might leave it for another stream. Because I'm bloody hungry. And it's 7:30 PM here right now. And it's about dinner time. Orkin, yep, I'll whack on the tattoos quickly. Let's see. Again, this wasn't a study on like likeness, but it was more just playing with shapes. So I'll do an abridged version of what the tattoos might look like in this world. Prayog hard flip a clip up animation please. I apologize, I don't know what that means. Something along those lines. $99 Midnight Gamer. I'm using Photoshop. There's definitely some finessing needed with the values. And all that fun stuff, and we can also add in the his chain. Maybe give him some pants. Might be a bad idea.
Yeah. I am pooped. I reckon this is where I'll leave it, everyone. As I pick up as I do. You'll get used to this. I'll say I'll leave it. And then I'll pick up the brush and keep tweaking and changing. And I mean, we could even eventually, what am I trying to do? Like play with some rim light stuff. Like, ooh, now this side of his head's lit. Now this side of his body's lit. Ooh, this bicep might catch some of the rim light. And then it sort of brings it out even more. Right, or makes it stand out a little bit from the background, so we can have some fun. Playing around with the shapes, but yeah, this stream was very experimental, super experimental. Just me playing with shapes and figures and all sorts of stuff. No real focus. But for those of you that stuck around, and those of you that just popped in for a little bit, I really appreciate it. It means a lot, and. Sometimes I'll get into the zone, like I did for the last, say, like half hour or whatever, or I just didn't talk very much. One of two things happens there. I'm probably getting a little bit tired. One, two, I'm sort of in the zone trying to figure stuff out, and it sort of takes a little bit of mental energy to get it to where I want it to. But yeah, I'll keep doing these if you keep enjoying them. And yeah, let me know, like if you enjoy them, if there's particular things that you like about them, if you want sort of a different structure of things, or just try, like, yeah, give me a feedback. That'll be awesome. Because yeah, I'm having fun with them. I'm looking forward to these all the time. Like I was talking to Francis, like the guy that I do the podcast with, my good mate. I was just like, I can't wait for tomorrow to hop on stream and sort of just get drawing, get experimenting, and hanging out with you guys. So, with that said, I'm running on zero energy right now, so I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I hope you all have a fantastic day, night, wherever you're at. Really appreciate you popping in. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Orkin, it looks very nice. Thank you, Orkin. Appreciate you. All right, catch ya.